Balam nan Jobaraba. Saidyang balam nan Jobaraba. Balam lalu barabah mandi. Saidyang salam sarato sambah. Sambah lalu salam kembali.
Nak duo pan.
It is our distinct pleasure and honor to stand in front of the distinguished participants today in Convention Hall, Universitas Andalas. Thank you so much for your time to be here.
It's our great honor to be your master of ceremony. My name is Windy Putri Anjeli.
And I am Jelang Ramadan Ayuza.
We will accompany you during the event.
Honorable Rector of Universitas Andalas, in this occasion, represented by the fourth Vice Rector for Planning, Research, Innovation, and Cooperation, Professor Insinyur Henmaidi, ST, MMSC.
The Honorable Mayor of Padang, Mr. Fadli Amran, BBA.
Honorable Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Dr. Jendrius, MSc.
The Honorable Keynote Speakers for our international conference today.
Honorable all organizing committee and participants.
First of all, let us express our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us health and mercy, and also the opportunity to attend to our event today.
Salawat and salam let us convey to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam by saying, Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to
International Conference on the Social Dimension of Sustainable Development in Southeast Asia, Advancing Social Dimension of the SDGs in Southeast Asia, Inequality, Governance, and Community Resilience.
Thursday, 14th of July 2026 at
Universitas Andalas. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise for the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, you may return to your seat. Rumah gadang nan sambilan ruang, di ukia urang koto gadang.
Disosong sile nan joga lombang,
Tando orang Minang, barale gadang. Ladies and gentlemen, Sintesa Visip Universitas Andalas proudly present
Tari Pasambahan.
Gunung Nagonan di Pauhalimo, nampak dakek nan dari UNAND. Jaweklah salam dari kita, walau indak baca baik tangan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sair yang balam jo barabah lalu balam mandi. Sair yang salam sarata sambah lalu salam kembali. Kalau ambo kamarambah di ladang urang koto marapak baringin patah tatipo. Kalau ambo kamanyambah lata suruah joni niak mama di hadapan kita wasemu. Ujui kato buah rundiangan sekiro paham dikahandaki bahu buangan jomaso nan ditampuah. Musim nan tumbuh iko kini syariah adu bahakika ilahia kuli mengandung isi. Di luar nan tampe nyato di dalam kandungan ulemu tiliak nyato paham memanjek di Jawa hari simpanan kita. Kalau dipilih jo ikhtiar jika akka dijalankan jo tanang budi marangka ke ateh nyato tak ambun jantan ke bawah jaleh tekasiak bulan. 10 jari nan kami susun ampun jo maaf ke orang banyak akka kurang pandapek balun manggigia badan di bawah tagak. Ramo-ramo tabang malayang ke koto tangah, indah carano alang kapalang lah tibo di tengah-tengah. Buruang sinuri manari-nari di ateh pamatang, siriah galak pinang manari mancaliak carano nan lah datang. Pinang sadidi minta digatok, siria sacabi minta dikunyah sambian rokok pamenan tangan. Rumah gadang bariba pintu nak tarang jalan ke halaman. Jiko dikumpua saleba kuku, kalau di kambang saleba alam. Talago adai nan indah karyang sepayah-payah menimbu walau di dalam musim kemarau. Mailia taruhi ayanan jania. Buruang sinurak buruang sinuri menari-nari di atas pamatang. Siriah galak pinang menari mencali acara non lah datang. Didorong dek kandak banyak, dielo dek cintu hati, maingke papatah dalam adai, bakari si hati muno, patah lai basimpo alun, ratak sabawah jadi tuan. Jiko dibuka pusakolamu dibangkit tareh nan tarandam lah banyak ragi nan berubah. Seni budaya tanah ayah lapuak di zaman penjajahan kinilah jadi buah pikir sadang di dalam penggalian. Terantang tali di bawah janjang elok diambiak pengabek sikek. Kau dirantang namuh panjang elok dibunta nanyo singkek. Lapuk-lapuk dikanjengi, usang-usang dibarui. Memandang gujalo zaman edaran masuk putaran zaman. Lah lanyap zaman penjajahan, lapati di salam nan tabanam. Putih kapeh dapat dilihat putih hati baka adaan. Sekian sembah dari kami. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Setanti ambi panaruko sawadi kajai panaruko sawadi kajai.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give one more round of applause for Sintesa.
Ladies and gentlemen, Universitas Andalas is one of Indonesia's oldest and the largest public universities on the island of Sumatra. The Faculty of Social and Political Sciences at Universitas Andalas is committed to excellence in education, research, and community engagement. Through this video, you will discover its academic excellence and achievements at both of national and international levels.
Please join us in the watching profile video of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences. Please enjoy the video.
Dengan perpaduan antara keunggulan akademik dan lingkungan alam yang indah, Universitas Andalas tidak hanya menjadi pusat pendidikan tinggi, tetapi juga tempat yang ideal untuk tumbuh dan berkembang bagi generasi muda penerus bangsa. Salah satunya melalui proses pendidikan di Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Andalas. Selamat datang di Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Andalas. Sejak resmi berdiri pada tanggal 13 Mei 1993, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik terus berkembang menjadi fakultas bermartabat dan terkemuka di Asia Tenggara tahun 2024 di bidang sosial, budaya, dan politik, serta mampu berperan aktif dalam pembangunan bangsa melalui proses pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Proses pendidikan di Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik tidak hanya menawarkan kajian teoritis tentang perilaku manusia, struktur sosial, dan institusi politik, tetapi juga melatih kemampuan analisis, komunikasi, riset, serta pemecahan masalah berbasis pendekatan humanistik dan ilmiah. Kemajuan teknologi informasi membawa perubahan besar dalam dunia pendidikan, termasuk dalam sistem pembelajaran di Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik. Salah satu inovasi yang kini menjadi bagian penting adalah kuliah jarak jauh yang memungkinkan proses perkuliahan dilaksanakan tanpa kehadiran fisik secara langsung di ruang kelas. Kuliah jarak jauh memberikan fleksibilitas bagi mahasiswa maupun dosen. Melalui pemanfaatan platform digital dan teknologi komunikasi, proses belajar dapat dilakukan kapan saja dan di mana saja. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik mengelola program studi jenjang sarjana, magister, dan doktor. Pendidikan tinggi pada hakikatnya bukan hanya sebatas proses transfer ilmu di dalam ruang kelas, tetapi juga merupakan pembentuk karakter melalui pengalaman nyata di lapangan untuk menggabungkan teori dan praktik yang akan menjadi landasan penting dalam menciptakan lulusan yang tidak hanya cerdas secara akademik, tetapi juga kompeten, berkarakter, dan siap berkontribusi dalam pembangunan bangsa.
Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Andalas bertekad untuk mengembangkan diri mencapai reputasi internasional yang didukung oleh sumber daya manusia yang berkompeten dan sarana pendidikan yang berkualitas. Kami juga bertekad menjadikan kampus yang ramah lingkungan dan inklusif untuk meningkatkan pemerataan kesempatan pendidikan tinggi yang berkualitas demi kejayaan bangsa.
Untuk membentuk siklus pengetahuan yang bermakna, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik melakukan hilirisasi hasil penelitian dosen dalam bentuk pengabdian masyarakat, sedangkan pengalaman dan pengabdian masyarakat itu sendiri akan menjadi sumber inspirasi untuk riset yang lebih relevan dan aplikatif di masa yang akan datang. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik juga memberi ruang bagi mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan potensi dan karakter melalui berbagai unit kegiatan mahasiswa. Keberadaan unit kegiatan mahasiswa memberikan ruang bagi mahasiswa untuk mengekspresikan diri, mengasah keterampilan non-akademik, dan membangun pengalaman organisasi yang berharga yang tidak selalu diperoleh dalam ruang kelas. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik tidak hanya membangun kapasitas individu, tetapi juga memperkuat fondasi sosial dan politik yang sehat bagi masa depan Indonesia. Karena bangsa yang maju bukan hanya ditentukan oleh kekayaan sumber daya alam, tetapi juga kecerdasan sosial, kedewasaan politik, dan kematangan budaya masyarakatnya demi kejayaan bangsa.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. Andalas.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now hear the welcoming remarks from the chairwoman of the organizing committee, Mrs. Mariam Jamila SIP MSI. In this occasion, representative by Mr. Andri Rusta SIP MPP. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Rector and University leaders, Honorable Mayor of Kota Padang, Mr. Fadli Amran, Honorable Dean from several faculty, and Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Science, distinguished guests, keynote speaker, invited guests, college and researcher and participant, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on the behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend our warmest welcome to all distinguished keynote speaker, presenter and participant who joining us today, both on-site and online, at the International Conference on the Social Dimension of Sustainable Development in Southeast Asia. Before I continue, I would like to convey an important message. Our chair of the conference, Dr. Mariam Jamila, unfortunately could not be with us today due to the unexpected accident. On the behalf of the organizing committee, I kindly ask your prayer for her speedy and complete recovery. Therefore, I have the honor of delivering this welcoming remark on her behalf. It is great privilege for us to welcome our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Fedi R. Hadis from Melbourne University, Australia, Dr. Rifani Bustami from University Sains, Malaysia, Dr. Chanta Tanawat Tanawong from Melbourne University, Thailand, Dr. Sofia Trisni from Universitas Andalas. This one is very difficult to say, I'm sorry. Dr. Nam, Dr. Lamnyeon Soliyafong from National University of Laos. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation and for traveling to Padang to share your expertise and insight with us. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference brings more than 110 presenters from 7 countries, representing 72 universities and institutions. This is a very great one because so many people, so many expertise come to join this conference. We are truly grateful for your enthusiasm and trust in becoming part of Icssd-Sea 2026. Our conference is held under the theme Advancing the Social Dimension of SDGs in Southeast Asia, Inequality, Governance, and Community Resilience. This theme reflects our chair belief that sustainable development is not only about economic growth or about environmental protection. It is also about the people, about creating inclusive society, strengthening the governance, empowering the communities, and ensuring that no one is left behind. Over the next two days, we hope this conference will become a platform not only for presenting research findings, but also for exchanging ideas, building new collaboration, and strengthening academic network across Southeast Asia and beyond. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to our keynote speakers, moderators, reviewers, and especially committee members, volunteers, and all participants whose dedication and contribution have made this conference possible. We also gratefully acknowledge the support of the Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Andalas, and the Indonesian Endowment Fund for Education, or in Indonesia is LPDP, through the equity program, whose generous support has been instrumental in making this conference a reality. Finally, to all the participants, thank you for being here. We wish you fruitful discussion, inspiring presentation, and meaningful network opportunity. We also hope you enjoy your stay in Padang and experience the warmth of Minangkabau hospitality. Thank you very much for your participation. Welcome to Icssd-Sea 2026. Welcome to Universitas Andalas. Welcome to Padang, the land of Minangkabau hospitality. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Andreas, for welcoming remarks. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to officially welcome us to the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, we are invited the Dean of Fakultas of Ilmu Sosial and Ilmu Politik to deliver the welcoming remarks to Dr. Jendrius MSI. Please join us on the stage.
Distinguished Vice Rector for Partnership and International Affairs of Universitas Andalas, Professor Henmaidi, Honorable Mayor of Padang, Mr. Fadli Amran, esteemed university leaders, deans, professor, distinguished keynote speakers, colleagues, students, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Padang. Welcome to Universitas Andalas. On behalf of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Andalas, it's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the International Conference on Social Dimensions of Sustainable Development. We are truly honored by your presence and grateful that scholars, researchers, policymakers, and students from various institutions have great ear to exchange ideas, strengthen academic collaborations. Sustainable development is not only about economic growth or technological advancement. It's fundamentally about people, equity, social justice, cultural diversity, and inclusive development. Through this conference, we hope to deepen our understanding of these social dimensions, generate meaningful recommendations that contribute to more sustainable and equitable societies. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all parties who have made this conference possible. Our deepest appreciation goes to the Lembaga Pengelola Dana Pendidikan (LPDP) through the Enhancing Quality Education for International University Recognition Equity Program for generous financial support. The support reflects a shared commitment to strengthening Indonesian higher education and international academic collaboration. My sincere thanks also to our distinguished keynote speakers for generously sharing their knowledge and expertise. I also extend my appreciation to the Mayor of Padang, the leadership of Universitas Andalas, our partners, participants, and all institutions that have supported this event. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the outstanding dedication of our organizing committee. Their hard work over the past months have made this conference possible, and they deserve our highest appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely hope that during these 2 days, we will not only share research findings, but also build last collaboration, inspire new ideas, and strengthen our collective contribution to achieving sustainable development goals. Finally, it's my honor to invite the Vice Rector for Partnership and International Affairs of Universitas Andalas, Professor Henmaidi, representing the Rector of Universitas Andalas, to officially declare International Conference on Social Dimension of Sustainable Development open. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply honored to have with us today the Mayor of Padang, Mr. Fadli Amran BBA, to share his keynote address. Please give the warm welcome to Mr. Fadli Amran.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Vice Rector, Universitas Andalas, Professor Dr. Henmaidi, Honorable Dean of Fakultas Ilmu Sosial Politik, Universitas Andalas, Dr. Jendrius MSI, and also all Dean and Vice Dean from several faculties of Universitas Andalas. And thank you for the invitation from organizing committees, Mr. Andri Rusta, and to honorable keynote speakers that are here with us, Dr. Sofia Trisni from Andalas University, and also Assistant Professor Dr. Chanta Tanawat Tanawong from University of Thailand, and Professor Fedi Hadis from University of Melbourne, Australia, and Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Revani Bustami from University of Science, Malaysia, and Dr. Lam Duine Sauli Yafong from National University of Laos. Welcome to the city of Padang. I hope you can hear my voice well because I have cold. I went to Malaysia 2 days ago with my son to Sunway Lagoon. I spent like a day, full of day, to that nice water boom parks you have there. And I got cold, so I lost my voice. But I hope that this conference will be beneficial both to Universitas Andalas and also the city of Padang as well. On behalf of the city of Padang government and the people of Padang, it is my absolute privilege to welcome you to International Conference on Social Dimensions of SDGs in Southeast Asia. We are deeply honored to host this critical gathering of policymakers, researchers, and change makers as we collectively address the most pressing social challenges of our generation. The theme of our gathering, Padang City, Accelerating Sustainable Development, is not merely a slogan for us, it is an active blueprint of our governance. Our strategic approach centers on three core pillars: inclusive social policies, universal public services, and collaborative governance, driven by the goal mandate of leaving no one behind. Our administration focused intensely on transforming the social dimension of SDGs, particularly poverty reduction, quality of education, health, gender equality, and sustainable community models. You can see the statistic of what we are working on. Currently, mean years of schooling in Padang is, I think, on the top list of West Sumatra, around 11 and 64 years. And also for life expectancy, we are currently 75.59, exceeded target in 2025. And also poverty rate, we exceeded target 3.66% in 2025. I'm proud to report that our localized focus is yielding measurable success. Currently, 53.61% of Padang social SDG indicators have successfully achieved their targets, and an additional 37.11% are actively on track. Allow me to elaborate on how this number manifests in the daily lives of our citizens through four key areas of innovations. First, empowering education through Padang Juara program. We believe that equitable access to education is the ultimate equalizer. Through our flagship Padang Juara initiative, we have aggressively dismantled the financial barriers that historically forced underprivileged children out of school. Targeted financial relief, we provide essential school supplies, including free school uniforms and student worksheets, specifically targeting first grade, elementary, and seventh grade junior high school students from vulnerable households registered of our national economic database. By lowering educational costs and offering higher education scholarship for senior and vocational high school graduates, we are actively strengthening our human capital, ensuring a competitive future workforce. Today, Padang boasts an expected years of schooling rate of 16.58 years and mean of years of schooling of 11.64 years. Actually, I just went to China and also Malaysia for these couple of weeks, and we sent around 60 students here to universities around Guangdong province and also Beijing. And hopefully next year, we are going to send around 100 more students. And I just talked with Secretary General of Ministry of Education of Malaysia that we are also going to send around 100 students to Malaysia. Why not nationally? Because nationally, I think the student of Padang, they can do it themselves. A lot of students from Padang actually all over Indonesia now. But going through universities globally, I think that's what we are now trying to achieve. Of course, Universitas Andalas is one of the front line to help us to send as many students to study abroad, as many. And the second point that I would like to address is revolutionizing public health and universal health coverage. A city cannot be prosperous if its citizens are vulnerable. If citizens are vulnerable to health-induced financial shocks. Through the Padang Melayani flagship initiative, we have pioneered robust social protection mechanism. By offering BPJS Kesehatan gratis, free health insurance, we have expanded health access to all residents holding a Padang ID card, achieving a UHC coverage rate of 98.34%. of the citizen. We also have doorstep services and senior care. We call it Dokter Warga. So everywhere, our senior citizen, everybody that are sick, that cannot go directly to the hospital, then we can send the doctors to their houses as well. The next SDGs goals that I would like to emphasize is protecting vulnerable workers and advancing gender equality. Social sustainability requires protecting those who fuel our economy from the margin and ensuring safe spaces for all genders. Through Padang Melayani as well, we have extended employment social security to protect informal workers, including our farmers and fishers. The city has funded work accident insurance and death benefits for approximately 10,000 vulnerable workers, with an ultimate target of reaching 37,000 beneficiaries by collaborating with private sector through corporate social responsibility. Next point, cultural integration. We have these programs we call Smart Surau and also Dubalang Kota. Perhaps our most unique innovation lies in how we marry modern SDG targets with our rich Minangkabau customary heritage. We utilize the traditional collaborative leadership model known as Tungku Tigo Sajarangan, a synergy uniting the government, religious leaders, customary elders, and intellectuals. Smart Surau, guided by the philosophy Adai Basandi Syara Basandi Kitabullah, we are transforming traditional mosque into digital literacy hubs. Backed by Indonesian around 100 million rupiahs government budget, initiatives like Remaja Masjid Reborn empower youth with leadership skills, while the spaces themselves are equipped with the Wi-Fi, digital learning facilities, and facial recognition attendance system to bridge the digital divide. The next point I would like to emphasize is Dubalang Kota. To safeguard our neighborhoods, the Padang Sigap Flagship Program operates the Dubalang Kota. We have deployed 208 officers nominated directly by customary councils and assigned by the traditional leader who patrol nightly from 8 to 6 a.m. in the morning using eco-friendly electric motorcycles. This initiative effectively curbs youth brawls, deters social disorders, and builds community resilience through regular disaster drills. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, while Padang has made significant strides, the journey towards sustainable development is a collective marathon. The challenges of climate change, economic volatility, and social inequality do not respect administrative borders. This conference is an irreplaceable opportunity for Southeast Asia. It serves as a vital nexus to share empirical knowledge, replicate successful models, and design innovative policies that elevate the human condition. Let us utilize this week to forge partnerships that transcend boundaries, creating a more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable region for the generation that will succeed us. In closing, I must remind you that Padang is not just a hub of policy innovation. It is also a city of extraordinary warmth, beauty, and heritage. We highly encourage all delegates, speakers, and partners to venture out and immerse themselves in our city's distinct charms, enjoy our breathtaking coastal scenery, engage with our warm and friendly people, explore our deep cultural roots, and treat yourself to our world-famous delicious gastronomy. I hope you heard about rendang before. Have you tried rendang, Mr. Professors? Have you? No, you have to try rendang. One of the best food from Indonesia. Thank you very much. It is now my distinct honor to officially declare the international, it will be declared by Vice Rector, but it is my honor here to be involved in International Conference on Social Dimension of SDGs in Southeast Asia 2026. Terima kasih banyak. Maju bersama Kota Padang. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Fadli Amran, for your keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now our highest honor to invite the Rector of Universitas Andalas, in this occasion represented by the fourth Vice Rector, to deliver the opening remarks and to officially open our conference. To Professor Henmaidi, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Honorable Padang City Mayor Bapak Fadli Amran, distinguished invited speakers, keynote speakers, and all participants attending this international conference on site and online. Morning and warm greeting for all of you. On behalf of Rector of Universitas Andalas, I warmly welcome you to the International Conference on Social Dimension and Sustainable Development in Southeast Asia. Sustainable development is not only about economic growth and environmental issues. It is also about people, social justice, equality, culture, and community participation. Therefore, this conference is very important as a forum to exchange knowledge, research finding, and practical experiences from Southeast Asia and beyond. I hope this conference will produce valuable ideas, strengthen academic networks, and encourage collaboration among participants, among universities, researchers, government, communities, and other stakeholders. We hope and pray to Allah that this discussion will contribute to more inclusive and sustainable development in our region. I would like to express my appreciation to the Faculty of Social and Political Science, to the organizing committee, speakers, partners, and all participants for making this conference possible. With gratitude to Allah Almighty, I officially declare the International Conference on the Social Dimension of Sustainable Development in Southeast Asia 2026 open. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to officially mark the opening of this international conference, we are honored to present a deep-rooted cultural tradition of West Sumatra, the striking of Gandang Tasa.
Gandang Tasa is a traditional Minangkabau percussion instrument where the deep boom of the gandang drums harmonizes with the high-energy rhythm of the tasa, historically played to celebrate grand occasion. The powerful beat of Gandang Tasa today symbolizes unity, spirit, and the official commencement of our prestigious event.
It is our highest honor to invite our distinguished leaders to join to strike the Gandang Kasa together. We kindly call upon the Vice Rector of Universitas Andalas, Professor Henmaidi, the Mayor of Padang, Mr. Fadli Amran,
the Dean of FISIP, Dr. Jendrius,
and the Chairman of the Organizing Committee, Mr. Andri Rusta, to join us on the stage to strike the Gandang Tasa.
Ladies and gentlemen, as our distinguished leaders strike the Gandang Tasa, it will signify the official opening of the international conference. Let us count down together. 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, International Conference on the Social Dimension of Sustainable Development in Southeast Asia. Advancing Social Dimension of SDGs in Southeast Asia, Inequality, Governance, and Community Resilience, 14th of July 2026, is officially open. Let's give a resounding round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished, please do not leave the stage. We are going to take some photo to commemorate this event. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, to commemorate this official opening, we respectfully invite our distinguished leaders to stand together for a brief photo session. Everyone, can everyone stand?
Please, participant, please stand up
Yes,
for
stand
our
up
photo
too.
session.
Okay, for the first photo, please give your best formal smile to the camera. 3, 2, 1. One more, 3. And for the second one, let us do a signature pose of Minangkabau sign.
Minangkabau sign, please.
3,
Like this.
1, 2, 3. And for the last is Visip solid sign.
Visip solid.
Okay, Bapak. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you, and you may return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, let us witness a spectacular performance. Sintesa Visip Universitas Andalas proudly present
Gandang Tasa. Ladies and gentlemen, please one round of applause for Sintesa. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a quick 5-minute coffee break. Please feel free to stretch your legs and enjoy the refreshment available nearby. We will resume our program in just we kindly request all participants to return to your seat as we are about to continue our session shortly. Begin our keynote speeches. We would like to invite our moderator for this session, Dr. Novi Hasanah, SOS MHUM, to join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Dr. Novi Hasanah.
Wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, datang tes and English guest for Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Studies, our Vice Deans, especially committee, Dean, everyone who attend this. Welcome to the keynote session of the International Conference of Social Dimension of Sustainable Development, Southeast Asia, Icssd-Sea 20 and 26. Hosted here, I'm at the conference hall as your moderator. We are very thankful to LPDP through equity will make it happen in this our international conference. Please give our warm welcome to our absolute honor. We call in Indonesia like Ibu, yeah? So please welcome on the stage. Let me call you with a special. In Minangkabau, we say this, Salamai Datang, or we call it Selamat Datang, right? With a special name. I'm sorry if I can't spell in Thailand way, right? Ibu, how to say in Thailand? Yeah. Actually, I really special name like Dr. Chanta Thanata Nawong. Is it right? Okay, please come on the stage. Yeah, this way, Ibu. So our first keynote speaker is a distinguished academic whose research sits at the vital intersection of borderland studies, human rights, political economy, and poverty alleviation. She serves as a faculty member at the Faculty of Political Science, Ubon Ratchathani University, Thailand, holding a PhD in Political Science, an MA in Government, and a BA in International Affairs, all from the prestigious Thammasat University. And she has led numerous critical research projects funded by national and international bodies. Her extensive fieldwork along a Thai law and Thai Cambodian and earned her high praise, including the Research Award for area-based research at the 70th UBU National Academic Conference. And right now, she will present a paper titled From Value Chains to Community Empowerment, Participatory Local Governance Lesson from Ubon to Research at Thailand. So, Dr. Chanta, you ready to have a speech? The time is yours. It's about 25 minutes. Thank you very much. Please.
Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
Good morning. Okay. It's pleasure and honor to join you. I'm thankful for inviting me from Ubon, Northeastern Thailand. Although my presentation study of value chain, what I would like to share is much broader cultural story about how communities cover their own capacity and how local governance can transform a value chain into a pathway for community empowerment. Let me. Why do many rural communities poor by producing commodity that create value? The question that extends far beyond Thailand. While Southeast Asia, like you know, government have invested heavily in cultural development. New technologies have been and such as irrigation and the production that farmer. And also the farmer have gained greater access market level. Yes, despite this achievement, of smallholder farmer and vulnerability. This paradox suggests that actions alone does not necessarily improve people's life. And when we first began working in we encounter this paradox firsthand. The community grow more than 25,000 cashews and produce more over 100 tons of raw cashew nuts each year. From economic perspective, the area appears to pose considerable potential. However, beneath this impressive production, figure lay a very different reality. Most farmers sold their harvest individual to middlemen immediately after harvesting. They had a little bargaining power, almost no opportunity to process their produce, and very limited access to higher value market. Although they stood at the beginning of the value chains, they benefit large from the value it created. Like many development practitioners, our first instinct was search for technique solutions. Perhaps farmers need better production technique. Perhaps they need improved irrigation system or additional agricultural training. These were reasonable assumptions. Yes, the longer we spend listening to the community, the clearer it's become then technical solution alone would never solve the problem. The issue was not simply the farmer produced too little. The issue was the issue was that they has almost no influence over the system within which they work. Prices were determined by traders. Marketing channels were controlled by external actors. Development programs were designed outside the community. Farmers participate in production, but they have almost no voice in the decision that govern the production. So let the next slide is the conventional value chain. That is so please next slide. Okay, thank you. This is a value chain that come from the lack of voice of the farmer. As you see in the slide, the picture are the base. Sorry, right slide, but I will open my slide too. As you see in the upstream, the traditional individual farming, they are individual plantation and lack of proper orchard maintenance. The average yield is about 103 kilogram per life. And in the mainstream, that you see, individuals sell they harvesting to the middleman after they harvest. No politic grading, and the downstream limited household level processing and undiversified marketing channels. So this value chain is made the farmer get a low income and low value added. So the price controlled by the middleman, the farmer suck at the raw material stage, and the value chain is come to short and weak. And when we talk about the different questions, that is after the farmer know that the value chain is not come from outside, but it come from their uh, capability. So the realization fundamental change to direct the value chain. Instead of ask how farmer push produce more, we began asking a different question. The two questions is that how can community regain ownership of their own development? Once we ask that question, the way we approach development also change. Rather than beginning with technology, we begin with dialogue. We invite farmer, community leader, representative of local governments, university researcher, and government agency to sit together and reflect on the question that many had never seriously discussed before. And the next question is, why have family cultivate cashew tea for generations still remain poor? The answer was initially familiar. Participants spoke about decision price, infertilized soil, climate change, and rising production costs. All of these factors are real and all affect people's livelihood. Yet instead of treating each problem separately, we invite the community to examine entire journey of cashew nut from the moment it was planted until it reaches to consumer. And the discussion unfolds. Participants gradually began to see connection with the privately remain invisible. They realize that poverty not simply the result of low productivity, but the result of is what the result of it was the result of it was the result of fragmented relationship throughout the value chain. The community risk become higher depend on actors outside the village for almost every important decision. Farmers had a little access to information, little opportunity to negotiate price, and a little ability to create additional value through processing or marketing. They recognize that the greater challenge was not agricultural production itself, but the absence of local decision-making power. The collective realization become the true beginning of change. People stopped viewing poverty as an individual problem and began understand it as a shared challenge that require a collective response. Once the community reached this shared understanding, we deliberate should not to establish a community enterprise immediately. Instead, we invest time in rebuilding relationship. Experience has taught us that sustainable institutions cannot be created without trust. Trust cannot be created by regulation, project funding, or organizational structure. It developed gradually through a dialogue, shared experience, and mutual learning. Farmers who had previously worked independently began meeting regularly to exchange experience and discuss the challenges they faced in the plantation. Older farmers share practical knowledge accumulates over a decade, while younger members introduce a new idea about entrepreneurship and digital marketing. Researchers and agricultural specialists contribute a scientific knowledge on a soil fertility, irrigation system, compost production, and plantation management. However, rather than acting as an instructor delivering ready-made solution, they become facilitator of shared learning process. Over the time, this meeting evolved into actual learning community. Knowledge no longer flow in one direction from expert to farmer. Instead, it was a co-created to continuous dialogue, experimentation, and reflection. As the people learn together, something equally important happened. They began trusting one another. The trust became the foundation on which collective action could emerge. And after that, this foundation has been established. The community decided to create the Lam Sebok Cashew Community Enterprise. The sequence here is the important. The organization did not create the community, but the community created the organizations. Because that already exists. Members were able to elect their own management committee, establish transparent operating rules, determine processing procedure, and agree collectively that enterprise would purchase member products at price higher than those offered by the middleman. From an economic perspective, the additional 3 baht per kilogram may appear relatively modest. From governance perspective, however, it represents a fundamental shift. From the first time, the rule governing local market exchange was determined by the community itself rather than by the external trader. Once people had learned how to work together, innovation followed naturally. Demonstration plantation become space where members compare soil management practice, irrigation system, fertilizer applications, and podding techniques. Farmers observe one another, resolve, exchange experience, and gradually adopt a successful practice to their own plantation. 39 demonstrations evolved into living classroom, where knowledge was continually generated by community itself rather than import from outside. The growing confidence encouraged members to think beyond the production of raw cashew nuts. Together, they developed processed products, created the Seibok brand, and designed attractive packaging, test the local market, and gradually expand their marketing opportunity. One reason from this experience stand out above all other product innovations was not the starting point of community empowerment. It was the consequence of community empowerment. Innovation emerged because people had already learned how to trust one another, collectively, solve problems together and manage their own organizations. Economic innovation therefore become the visible expressions of much deeper transformation that had already taken place with the community. Eventually, the impact extends far beyond the household income. Farmers become more confident in their own ability. Their bargaining power improves. Relationship between community members become stronger. Collaborative among universities, local governments, local government agencies, and community organizations become more effective. Ultimately, the sub-district administrative organizations incorporate support for the community enterprise into its 5-year development plan, ensuring that what had begun as a community initiative become embedded within the local governance system. Looking back, I often reflect that our research did not simply strengthen our value chain. It strengthened the community capacity to govern that value chain. For me, this is the essence of participatory local governance. Communities are not empowered because external organizations provide resources or implement projects on their behalf. Communities become empowered when they develop the collective capacity to understand their own challenge, build trust, organize themselves, create knowledge together, and negotiate of their own future. This experience has convinced us that community empower is not an event, nor is it the final outcome of the development project. It is a scheduled journey. It begins with a shared understanding of problem, grow to trust and collective learning. It becomes institutionalized through community organization. It generates innovation because people gain confidence in their own ability. And it becomes sustainable when the local government recognize this community-led initiative and integrate them into the public policy. At the Southeast Asia, country, pursuing the sustainable development goal, perhaps the most important lesson from Ubon Ratchathani is that sustainable development is not created by stronger value chain alone. It is created by stronger community that support the confidence, the institution, and the collective capacity to shape this value chain for themselves. Allow me to conclude with one final reflection. Communities are not empowered because development projects invest in them. Communities become empowered when they discover that that the power to transform their future has been within them all alone. Thank you very much.
Cool. Really, thank you very much, Dr. Chata Thanatana Wong. Right? Yeah, very profound, insightful. Really make our local governments actual, also empowerment for Southeast Asia rural. Right? So now we come to the second keynote speech. Right? So let me ask you join us on the stage, Professor Fedi Renandi Hadis. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Bapak. So we shall now proceed directly to our second keynote address. It is my distinct. He is a professor of Asian Studies and currently serves as a director of the Asia Institute at the University of Melbourne, Australia. He completed his PhD in political sociology at Murdoch University and his undergraduate studies at the University of Indonesia. He is an elected fellow of the Academy of the Social Sciences in Australia and has previously held major academic position at the National University of Singapore. And his landmark books, such as Islamic Populism of Indonesia and the Middle East and Localizing Power in the Post-Authoritarian Indonesia. Today, we will deliver a lecture entitled Power, Inequality, and the Sustainability of Development, Indonesia and Comparative Perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Let's welcome Professor Hadi. Time is yours, Prof.
Hello everybody, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya orang Indonesia tapi dipaksa ngomong bahasa Inggris nih, jadi nggak apa-apa dah. Okay, so what I would like to do is actually encourage a reconsideration of the very concept of sustainable development itself. What it means for different kinds of people, different parts of society, and how its implementation can actually differ in terms of the benefits and the losses that are experienced by different sections of society, even though we tend to think of sustainable development as everything good put together, right? Previously, it was mentioned that sustainable development is not just about economic growth, it's not just about ecological sustainability, but it's about culture, social justice. So everything that's good is put together in sustainable development. I'd like to question that. Okay? I'd like to question that in terms of understanding the way that sustainable development has actually unfolded empirically in the real world. And I will do this by comparing talking about the Indonesian case, but in comparative perspective with other experiences. Okay? So, first of all, I have never thought of development as something that is neutral. Development is always something that is political in its very essence. Development, to me, even though we all have our technocrats in Indonesia, in Thailand, in Malaysia, Laos, for the Philippines, throughout the region and throughout the world, is never only technocratically designed. It's not a bunch of smart people sitting around a table and saying, well, let's do this. This is good for the country. There are always different kinds of interests that compete to define what development should look like. And then after they come to at least a temporary agreement, because it's always contested, they go, well, this is in the national interest. Okay, and then we, the rest of us, tend to consume that idea through government instructions, through the media, through whatever channel, right? So if development is like that, why should sustainable development be any different? Why should we think that sustainable development itself is not something that is contestable in the way that it is shaped, in the way that is presented, in the way that it is implemented, and in the way that it benefits and may not benefit different sections of society, or at least benefit some sections a lot more than others, and probably and maybe be detrimental to other sections of society more than others as well. And I think this is something that is actually important to understand, because not only because the word or the term sustainable development has been, I think, just accepted uncritically, but because a lot of policies that actually are detrimental to the most vulnerable peoples in society are defended in the name of sustainable development. Okay? So, to me, sustainable development is inherently contradictory. Those goals that were mentioned previously, growth, ecological sustainability, cultural respect, social justice, equity, democracy, inclusiveness, they are not always mutually reinforcing. In fact, they can conflict. The imperative of growth certainly can conflict with the imperative of ecological sustainability, and certainly with social justice. Right? So, you can't just put all of this together like gadu-gadu. Okay? What you can get is something a bit more toxic than gadu-gadu, except that you don't quite appreciate how toxic it can be to especially certain sections of society. So, let me give an example. Let's talk about Indonesia first. By the way, you should probably tell me like 5 minutes beforehand before I go. Really? Because I can talk for 5 hours. Okay. All right. I'm the Fidel Castro of Indonesia. So, first of all, let's think about the Indonesian case, right? Everybody in Bappenas talks about sustainable development, right? Erlangga Hartarto, Erick Thohir, right? All the way up to the president talks about sustainable development, even while they own plantations and mining concessions and so on, right? Okay, so there's already a contradiction there for you. But let's look at something that is quite specific. So we produce lots and lots and lots of nickel. In fact, I think we're the world's biggest exporter of nickel. And nickel is important for the green economy in the sense that it contributes to the development or the development of EV batteries that require electronic vehicles, the batteries of electronic vehicles that require nickel, besides lithium and others. And in fact, we've done it so much that price of nickel in the world markets have actually gone down because we've actually, produced more nickel than the world needs. And by the way, the technology for the development of the new kinds of EV batteries now require less nickel, which is a bit of a problem for Indonesia. But nevertheless, we contribute to the green economy, alternative energy, and so on by producing nickel for EV batteries. And hence, one of the big things that the government from the previous government of Jokowi down to the present government of Prabowo, they talk about downstreaming nickel production, right? So that means that we need to refine the nickel, right? Okay. Two problems here. One is that the mining of nickel creates huge environmental destruction. It creates lots, in many cases, a lot of community displacement. There is no social justice in that. There is no ecological sustainability in that, although middle-class Jakartans and people in Europe and America can feel good about driving electronic battery-powered vehicles. But the people in the communities in Sulawesi and Halmahera and so on are not experiencing the benefit of that because there's deforestation, there's the destruction of their fields, and they lose their livelihoods, and they become basically proletarianized, forced to be proletarianized. They have to look for jobs and so on, and basically become precarious workers because even industry isn't enough to absorb them, right? And secondly, and maybe this has less of a direct relationship with the idea of sustainability, a lot of that refining actually takes place with a lot of investment from China as part of its sort of Belt and Road Initiative. It has a lot of surplus capital, and there is little or no, up to now, transfer of technology. So that means once we run out of nickel, we don't actually have the technology to be going up the value chain. And this is not just Indonesia, this is also the experience of African countries and Central Asian countries that have been involved in the same Belt and Road. So again, there's a problem of inequality there, right? Now, I went to a village in central Java just a month ago where they mined andesite to provide the material for a dam. The dam was to provide water for irrigation, and it was to provide hydroelectric energy. The peasantry protested for years. Eventually, they brought in the military and the police and gangsters and so on, and forced them to accept compensation. I have to say that the compensation was more generous than I thought it would be. But when I went over to the andesite quarrying mine, the entire environment was already destroyed. I don't think you could grow anything there for 100 years. But there was no work being done there. They stopped actually mining at the quarry. I went to the dam, which is about 25 kilometers away from quarry, and before that I talked to the local government officials. They said it was 65% completed. I went over there. I doubt whether it was 25% complete. And I have the river was so small because they did many things to redirect it and so on, that I don't think it's viable as a source of hydroelectric power or irrigation. But the money's been spent. The state companies that actually ran the project already got their funds. And the contractors and subcontractors, which are local gangsters and politicians, already got their money. Luckily, many of the villages got their compensation too. But we get no dam, we got no hydroelectric power, and we've destroyed the environment. And of course, all of this was done in the name of sustainable development. Okay, so, and there are many cases like this in Indonesia, and listening to, your story and other friends' stories around the region, this is not uncommon. So in China, for example, China is leading the world in green energy initiatives, right? They build solar panels and whatnot. They need critical materials and rare earths, right? Which they have a lot of. Actually, a lot of countries have a lot of it, but the Chinese will exploit it. And I've not been to these places, but I've read about them. The places where they do exploit the rare earths are completely destroyed. And the local peoples are marginalized, they have to go somewhere. And of course, these are members of ethnic minorities. Familiar in Thailand, right? And so now, while you still have those problems in China, what China has done is it has externalized these problems by investing in mining and so on in other countries. So the problem doesn't happen in China, but it happens in these other countries, including in Southeast Asia. But still, it's a problem, right, in terms of sustainable development. I better pay attention to time. So just to go through quickly, India also has invested quite a lot on hydroelectric power, right, as alternative energy sources. But again, it has resulted in problems in land acquisition, in land disputes, the marginalization of local peasantries, especially low-caste peasantries, right? And so, even though they have developed a sizable industry that we might consider to be green energy oriented, again, it's the middle-class people of Mumbai and Calcutta and Delhi and so on that enjoy it, but not the people whose land has been taken away from them, often forcefully. In Malaysia, I believe that a lot of these sorts of projects are being undertaken in Sarawak, where the result is deforestation. So you get green energy, but deforestation, right? We've already spoken about Thailand. Yeah, Thailand has the similar issues. The Philippines has similar issues. Brazil is an interesting case. They are developing the technology for biofuels, for ethanol. But what does this result in? It results in food scarcity, because the crops could have been used for food by poor people. Right? So again, we have green energy. Some people benefit from it. Other people, are on the other side of the ledger. Now these are all cases that are, disparate, but they're connected. Why? Because we only have one Earth, and the sustainability of the environment, especially of the Earth, actually is an interest for everybody, and certainly of the generation. But the matter isn't sustainable development, whether sustainable development, all the good things that we think about it, whether they're desirable. Of course they're desirable. The problem is that it has become a contested terrain where different kinds of interests compete to define what sustainable development is, what it looks like, and of course, it happens within particular power configurations. And this means that those who are better positioned, industrialists and so on, business elites, political elites, are the ones that are benefiting from the downstreaming of nickel, producing a biofuel, etc., etc. And it's the local peoples, communities, the poor, who may be less organized than the ones that you showed, or as organized but overwhelmed by big business and militaries, so on, that are the losers. So here I'm basically inviting you to think or rethink just the very concept of sustainable development, and to maybe tweak the idea that it is just all good, that it's a process that is so beneficial for everybody that it's actually neutral, that you can decide on policies completely technocratically, and think about how sustainable development actually can reproduce and sustain and preserve and reproduce already existing social and economic inequalities that we have. So rather than resolving social injustice, etc., it actually can preserve and reproduce it. And it hasn't just happened in Indonesia, it has happened in other parts of the world. Thank you.
Wow, it's very extraordinary and critical thinking that Professor Haziz just given us a very enthusiastic about his topic, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the Q&A session. I believe most of you will inquiry about both of our speakers stage, and I invite you, please raise your hand, and you have to say your name and you are from what institution? For example, from what department or another university? So maybe someone will help to the audience to give them a microphone. Yeah. Bapak, over there, please. Oh, okay. So you have to come forward, Bapak. Yeah, thank you. Yes, please, Bapak.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sumartono. My name is Sumartono. I am a lecturer communication department, Icssd University, Padang. Question first for first speaker, Dr. From your explanation, we know definitely you talk about the transformation of economic growth. So thank you for insightful presentation from offer an excellent perspective on how participatory local government can transform value and development into sustainable community empowerment. And I would like to ask the following question. I have two questions for you. Okay, question is very simple. Don't worry about it. First question: what are the key factors that have made the participatory local governance model in UNAND Rajatani successful in empowering local communities? Okay, the second question: which lesson from UNAND Rajatani can be transferred and adapted to strengthen community empowerment and local government in Indonesia? Okay, so I have question for Prof. Pedi.
Yes, please.
Okay, Prof. Pedi. Okay, I'm Umar from Padang. Okay, I love your way of presentation. Okay, energetic, yeah, good job and amazing. Regarding with sustainable development, maybe whether my question is connection of your presentation, but I would like to ask you why national team Indonesia cannot participate in World Cup.
Okay.
Yeah, and what's wrong about my national team? About organization, coach, or player, or maybe people of Indonesia, yeah, didn't pray to go to World Cup. Yeah, and finally for Prof. Pedi, according to your prediction, what national team is the winner of World Cup 2026? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Wow. Mr. Sumartono, you gave an excellent question. You are excellent questioner also. Okay, we have two questions here. Dr. Chatra, please.
Thank you for your questions. I think the two questions can connect in the one answer. Okay. I think the factor that successful from Ubon Ratchathani province is actually it cannot community alone can empowerment themselves, but it is a key factor is the learning that they come together and they learn each other. I think this is the main factor that they think about themselves. What is the problem they face? Like Professor says, the development this can be benefit for it benefit for someone, but it user for someone too. I think if the community in Indonesia will recognize what is the main problem and think about it in deeper and talk each other to more and don't be too individual. But I think the successful factor is when you share experience, when you share the suffering you get from the society, it will be the empathy from human life. And I think this is meant to success from the province because the member of community before we work with them. Actually, we work with them 4 or 5 years to build the trust, to strengthen their capacity, to make them stand from their feet. This is, I think, is a main factor that Ubon Ratchathani will give the lesson for your community that face many problems like Thailand. Okay, thank you.
It's a wonderful answer. But let me give a special appreciation to our viewers from YouTube, right? It's very enthusiastic question also. And maybe Kakak Panitia will give a special note if there will be a special question also from YouTube. So please, Professor Hadis. Thank you.
One of the major reasons that Indonesia isn't in the World Cup, frankly, is corruption. I have actually visited the National Convention of the Indonesian Football Association, PSSI. They're all gangsters there. And I think that there just isn't any incentive to invest in things that are into the future. That's why we also, when we talk about sustainable development in Asia, we take the shortcuts. Why? Because like the case of the dam project I mentioned before, it didn't matter to them whether it will be built or not, as long as the money flows. And that's the way that we run our football association as well. And so there is no investment in youth academies. If it were in other countries, you know, you are at 6 years old, you're in a football academy. You're 8 years old, 10 years old, and then eventually you go into a senior team. In Asia, you can't even play football in the streets anymore in many cities because they're all malls in the big cities. Again, because of greed and so on. So there is actually a link. And who will win? Look, I'm not ahli nujum, but on
just prediction, Prof. Prediction.
On the basis of past performance during this World Cup, I think the most complete team is France.
Wow, it's wonderful, really. Like a quiet profession about the prediction. Excellent, Prof. Okay, so maybe this is Kakak dan Abang Panitia. Still, we have one more question from the participant. All right. Okay. Yeah. Since we have. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. The man first. Yeah. After that. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Thanachet Visajon from the Faculty of Political Science, Ubon Ratchathani University. I would like to ask 2 questions to Professor Bedi Hafiz. One is that, like, could you think, like, if I were a student and your concept of discourse analysis to development discourse is touching, and I think I did touch it long time ago, 20 years ago, and we could still remember that we had to read a piece of work by Arturo Escobar, 1993. And now, since you said that, if development was not about neutral knowledge, but about power relations, why would it be different from sustainable development? I would like to ask, if I were in your class, what readings would you assign as a homework so I could get back to the issue and research on that? That is the first question. And the second one, it is not about a question, but it's simply a comment. I support Indonesia national football team. And I think the reason Indonesia is not and could not make it to the World Cup is that because 2 or 3 years ago or 4 years ago, Indonesian national team was going very well by the head coach from Korea, Shin Tae-yong. And suddenly, the Association of Football, Indonesian Football changed its style and brought a lot of Dutch half-blood and Dutch players and half Indonesian players to the team. And suddenly, they just changed the head coach from the Dutch player and Dutch coach, Patrick Kluivert. So I think that is the beginning of why it failed to go to the World Cup, despite the beat Saudi Arabia, for example. And that link to the first question about development. Because of the discourse of development, it's based on the knowledge that the knowledge of European people is the best, and other societies have to follow through the same path. But development might not be the same everywhere in the world. In football as well. The style of team may be European style, is good for European, but it might not be good for Indonesian and we Asian people. Thank you very much.
All right. So maybe this is the lady over there. Will be the last question, right? Okay. Please.
Okay. I have questions for the both professor, because it's interesting because the two of the professor is mentions about the paradox of development, that more access, more development in this society, it's not have the progressive things but destructive. So I would like to think that in a contemporary society that we always obey to something like ceremonial things, consumptions, and social media validations for our internal value, and etc. But at the same time, that not progressive for us because it's destructive, as the professor already said. So I would like to think that what we should do as society, because I think recently, specifically in Indonesia, is many movements that always happen in Indonesia, like demonstrations or many things. But I think it's not have significant things, because we kind of like have to enforce to obey the system, because at the same time we don't have a resource, we don't have a power, because we just a society that have a knowledge and have consciousness for that, but we don't have a power to change that. So I would like to ask the both of professor that what we should do, because I'm in mid early 20s and I feel like I'm worried about the future, because the young people as maybe cannot contribute to society because society is destructive itself. Because it's funny to me that destructive the place that we have to protect our lives. So what we should do as a scholar, as a society in this capitalism and development world. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lady, may I know your name, please? Your name, please? And from department?
I'm Dita Noviana. I'm from Department Andalas University.
Thank you. Yes, please, Prof. Yes, you, please.
Do I start with football? Yeah, development as a question of power, of course, is not an original idea whatsoever, but I'm continuously perplexed as to how that particular observation can be easily forgotten or dismissed, in public discourse. I mean, when the observation has been made, several decades ago in different, sorts of theoretical frameworks, right? But I think it's important to continue to emphasize that policies are not made by just enlightened, really smart people who will do things that are the best for society. That society needs to demand the things that are good for them. And that is a question of power, question of contestation. And of course, the people who would like us to forget that are in comfortable positions, and they would not like their position to be questioned. Okay? And by the way, the theories of Escobar and so on 20 and so on years ago, I don't particularly like, because they tend to avoid talking about domestic political economic structures. They tend to talk about how only neo-imperialism and so on and so forth is the culprit for the underdevelopment of, Peru and Colombia, whatever that Escobar was talking about. But he doesn't talk about the domestic economic and political structures that actually are at least as powerful. In Indonesia, I think that I've written that it is absolutely incorrect to think that policies are created by the World Bank. Why? Because the World Bank, especially when we need their money, can impose certain conditionalities on us, but their implementation takes place in such a way that actually the existing domestic and political, economic, forces benefit from them. Lots of you are young, but let me try to remind you of the case of the banking sector collapse in Indonesia after the Asian economic crisis. So as a condition for IMF, in this case, aid, the Asian government had to take over the assets of the conglomerates that had been unable to pay their dollar-denominated foreign borrowings. Okay, and so IMF gave the money. We created something called BLBI, the Bank Liquidity Assistance Scheme. And the World Bank happy with that, okay? But, if you follow what happened is that the money was channeled to these powerful conglomerates, right? Who then sold their assets to the state at fire sale prices, very low prices. So they got the assistance, but they gave the bad assets because they stripped them of their value. And once they got the BLBI money, they bought their assets again. Yeah. So that is an example of how, it's the domestic economic political structures that are at least as important, and that is something that Escobar, refuses to actually acknowledge. So in terms of books and readings and so on, you can email me. I can give you a long list of readings. Okay? Yeah. And in terms of development is not the same for every place. Of course it's not, because every place has a different history, has different demographic profile, different, sort of endowments in natural resources, other resources, and so on. So of course it's not different. It's not going to be the same. But if we are serious about wanting a kind of development that is more just, that is more equitable, and that is more inclusive, then the task is to make sure that these kinds of ideals can fit in to any kind of development model that different countries undertake. Oh yeah, sorry. So yeah, I sympathize actually with young people, because you have so much information, but actually a lot of that information doesn't give you any knowledge. So the first thing I would do is to switch off my social media, because 99% of it, I think, is rubbish. That's the first thing I would do. The second thing, though, is this. And here I may be being a bit vague, but I'm being serious. The struggle that for a just and equitable development so on has been going on forever. And it's not going to stop next week or next year or in 10 years. The problem is when most people then say, well, it's always going to be like this, so we'll just do nothing. So I think the key is to, even though there will be losses, and mainly there are losses in the struggle. I used to be an activist, so many losses. The key is to make sure that those losses actually become the fuel to continue the struggle. Yeah, so the thing is that I think it is important for young people to be involved in community level, local level, national level contestation, because as I said, if policies are only going to be made by a few of the privileged, then we will always get this. The key is for marginalized groups, groups that are not listened to get into that, around that table, to make sure that policies don't only reflect the interests of the powerful.
For the last question, and I also think like, and I think the new generation, you may feel unhappy to this world, right? But I think this feeling don't make you feel discarded, because I think the power is on our hand. If you feel discarded, the power is will that then you can use it. And I think it's the main the main the main key that I want to tell you. Don't lose your faith. Don't lose yourself, and don't make the society change you. The participatory then is important for your generation. If you ignore this, you will stay with.
Thank you very much for Hadis and Dr. Chanta. It's a really wonderful closing, right? So let me concluding this lively exchange. I would like to thank to Professor Hadis and also Dr. Chanta. Thank for all the participants for their brilliant queries and also resolving regional inequalities and building sustainable societies. So it's like a transforming governance structural model from the bottom up, while remaining equally aware of global and macro political pressure. So it's last words from me as a moderator for this station. And thank you both for setting such a stellar intellectual standard for the rest of Icssd-Sea 20 and 26. Now it will be back to you, Mr. and Mrs. MC. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Novi. Ladies and gentlemen, please give us one more round of applause for our speakers and moderator today. Thank you very much, Dr. Novi, for successfully guiding such an intellectually stimulating and insightful keynote session. And of course, our highest gratitude to our distinguished keynote speakers for sharing their incredible expertise with us today.
To express our deepest gratitude and appreciation, we would now like to present a token of appreciation to our keynote speakers. For this, we respectfully invite the Dean of FISIP, Dr. Jendrius, to please step forward to the center of the stage to present the awards.
We also kindly invite our keynote speakers, Assistant Professor Dr. Chanta Tanawatanawong, Professor Fedi Hadis, and our moderator Dr. Novi Hasanah to please join the Dean of FISIP in front of the stage. Thank you. First, the token of appreciation will be presented to Assistant Professor Dr. Chanta Tanawatanawong by the Dean of FISIP, Dr. Jendris. So the photographer, please capture this moment. 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Next, the token of appreciation will be presented to Professor Fedi Hadis by the Dean of FISIP, Dr. Jendrius. The photographer, please capture this moment. All right.
Okay. Please, Dean and keynote speakers, before you return to your seat, please remain in your positions. We are going to take a final photograph. So, ladies and gentlemen on the stage, please hold up your awards. Please hold up the awards and face the main camera. Let's count down together. First is the formal pose. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Salam Minangkabau. Minangkabau sign. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Again. 3, 2, 1. Okay. FISIP solid.
FISIP sign. Yes.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. All right.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Jendris, our speakers and our moderator, you may return to your seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to refresh our minds after increasing academic sessions, we are about to witness a spectacular cultural performance.
To showcase the beauty of Minangkabau culture, please welcome Tari Piring, performed by Sintesa FISIP Universitas Andalas. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sintesa!
Tari Piring, originally performed as an experience of gratitude for bountiful harvest. Tari Piring has evolved into symbol of joy, unity, and respect for cultural heritage. The dance is renowned for its graceful yet energetic movement, with each dancer skillfully balancing plates in their hands, demonstrating remarkable precision, balance, and harmony. Sintesa Visi proudly present Tari Piring.
What an absolute masterpiece. Let us give another big round of applause for Icssd-Sea. Woo! Thank you for beautifully showcasing our heritage. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, that mesmerizing dance marks the end of our morning session. We have now come to the lunch and networking session.
We kindly invite all of our distinguished guests and participants to enjoy the meal that will be delivered by the committee. For our Muslim participants, the mosque is located in the front of the main entrance of this conventional hall.
Please enjoy your lunch, expand your network, and we kindly remind you to return to this room at 1 p.m. sharp as we will continue with our keynote speeches session. Thank you and have a wonderful lunch break. Thank you. Gentlemen,
welcome back. We hope you all had a wonderful lunch break and a productive networking session.
we kindly request all participants to return to your seat as we are about to commence our afternoon sessions shortly. Thank you. For this afternoon's agenda, we will proceed to the second keynote speeches session. We would like to invite our moderator for this session, Mr. Andik Beni Saputra, SIPMA, to join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Mr. Andik Beni Saputra, MA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to friends on the dimension of sustainable development. My name is Andik Bin. I will be your moderator in this session. Today, we are bringing academics, policymakers, and practitioners and civil society to encourage the exchange of innovative ideas and evidence-based solutions that contribute to sustainable development. We are joined by speakers from Indonesia and Malaysia and Laos sessions, so it is genuinely international conversation. And I would like to invite our keynote speakers to the stage. Please join me, our distinguished keynote speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Rifani bin Bustami, Dr. Sofia Trisni, and Dr. Lamngen Suliafong. Please join me. Okay, in this session we have 90 minutes. We will hear from our three speakers about their session. We will present about 25 minutes, and after that we will have open doors for a joint question and answer session panel. And if you have questions during the talks, please write them down and wait for Q&A. We will get to as many as times. Let's begin our session for our speaker for time. Our first speaker, Dr. Muhammad Rifani bin Tami from Universitas in Malaysia, has research focus in relations antara and Malay War Studies, migration and migrant workers, corporate social responsibility, decolonialization studies, Islamic society and politics, community development, and social study. And now he will talk about social cohesion, CSR, and the of sustainable development in Dr. Rifani. So,
Rob buka. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm so happy to be back in Indonesia. Feel time I come back here, I feel that pulang kampung, really speaking. I prepared something for 45-minute presentation. So hopefully I won't be the second Sukarno giving a long speech. I hope I can shorten it. If I were to speak longer than I'm supposed to, Mr. Moderator, please, Pak Andik, please me, you like to, right? So I've adjusted the topic a bit, right? And I'm here with the same thinking about not necessarily promoting SDG, but also rethinking and advancing SDGs. And I'm putting it very politely. Why we need a Toiban certification? Why we need a Toiban certification? We go to the next slide, please. So, I come from a university in Malaysia, USM, University of Science Malaysia, that's very dedicated to sustainability, absolutely dedicated on our sustainability, right? It is part of its mission statement, it's part of its DNA. We have sustainability courses. The first lesson all masters and PhD students will listen to is on sustainability. If they graduate from PhD course, PhD Viva or oral defense, at the end is about filling up the SDG, the 17 SDG, which are very, very tuned to SDG. So all our documentation are very aligned to SDG. And if you look at this picture, 2024, 2025, USM, University of Science Malaysia, ranked number 14 in the world on SDG, and number one for poverty, number one for peace, justice, and strong institution, number one for partnerships and goals, right? So that is 2024, 2025. Go to the next slide. So this year we're in top 5 in the world. So we say we are not going to compete with the QS, we're not compete with THE, right? We will go for more holistic development, more holistic measurement. So we are fighting for the top 10, so top 5 posts right now, top 5 position right now in the world, and as number 1 in partnership for goals for SDG 17. Right? But let's go to the next slide. I'm going to be quick. So we had take pictures. Universitas Science Malaysia tembus 5 besar, the impact ranking 2026. We're very happy, very proud, very grateful. Flex a bit. Go to the next slide. But no, it's fast. However, the father of sustainability of our university, he was the former Vice Chancellor, one of the former Vice Chancellor back in early 2000. His name is Professor Emeritus Zulkifli Abdul Razak. He was the one who championed the sustainability agenda for USM. He questions SDG right now. And he's not the only one. I'm here to question SDG. I'm here not to promote SDG. I'm here to critique SDG, to advance SDG, and to think about us and how we in Southeast Asia, how we in Nusantara, Indonesia, Malaysia, other countries in the region should be critical with SDG. So in some ways, I'm aligned with Professor Vedi just now. So, next slide. Going quite fast. Hopefully I can meet. Next slide. Lanjut saudara. Okay. Before that, you're right. Next one. Okay. So we look at all SDG goals, right? All of them. One by one, right? I will not go through one by one. But no religion is mentioned there, no spirituality, no God. Right? But same say it's implicit. Why should it be implicit? Right? Maybe because secularization, right? to remove religion, God, spirituality from the idea of development. So basically, SDG is a godless model of development. You want to develop without God, choose SDG. The godless model of development. Pembangunan tanpa Tuhan. Right? Pembangunan tanpa Tuhan. That's what SDG is. So this is my critique, right? So it happens to be the case where we are discussing sustainability, but we are talking about sustainability based on the Western concept of sustainability. They come up with sustainability as sustainable development as a way to succumb or to appease those development critics. So say, oh, we need holistic development, not just development, but holistic development. And they come up with sustainable development, United Nations. But it is a development model that is based on an idea that development should not even mention the word God, religion, spirituality. So we go to the next one. So I'm here to critique here. Now, just want to bring you to a context where we're talking about evolution of society, right? I'm quoting Evelyn Toffler's very, very early work, 1993. Sorry, even before that. Toffler talks about the first wave, the second wave, the third wave. Simply put, the first wave is where people control the resource, the lands. People who have lands are those who are in control, who are powerful. So you have power. Siapa yang punya tanah, itu orang Minang yang banyak orang tanah kan. Mereka ada kuasa. Those who have lands, they own the power, they control the world, they rule the world. But then the second wave came in. Second wave is where we talk about resources. Those who control resources, sumber daya alam, yeah, they control resources. And at that time, humans become part of this resource, right? Production system. Though they control the resources. They control the material resources. Those who control material resources control the world. So those who control whatever kind of material resources and put them together profitably, they control the world. But the third wave is a different wave. They say it's not the material, but the information behind the material. So it's not the handphone that we have, right? It's not the handphone we have, but the technology, the information that's embedded in the technology, embedded in the phone. It's not the sand, it's not the metal, right? It's the technology. So who controls information controls the world. So that is the third wave, right? So we talk about Industrial Revolution 4 and things that now no one talks about Industrial Revolution 4 anymore, right? The fourth Industrial Revolution people talk about AI. But what's interesting is there's another wave called the fourth wave. The fourth wave is much more subversive, right? So we go, what is this fourth wave? Fourth wave. Social science students and lecturers and researchers need to understand what the fourth wave is. Fourth wave. The next slide, please. So what is the next wave? The fourth wave says happening both. The third wave and the fourth wave is happening at the same time. The overt is the information wave, but the covert, the more implicit, is the spiritual wave, or the ethical, or the moral, ethical, religious wave. What does it mean? It means our society is undergoing re-spiritualization. Spiritualisasi ulang masyarakat. Yeah? Institution will move towards a real responsiveness of global stewardship. The question is, who controls the stewardship? Wealth will be redefined, especially as measured in accounting system. So things are evolving. There's something else besides technology that is controlling the technology, that's controlling the information wave. And those who control it will control the world. So materialism and scientism will increasingly become problematic. Science cannot solve problems of ecology. Science cannot solve, technology cannot solve problems of social justice. So religion will catch up with science. So what happened? Religion will come back and lead the world. Right? And this is what Einstein said. Religion without science is lame. Agama tanpa sains itu tempang ya. Tempang? capek je apa ya? Lame. What's lame? Lame in bahasa Indonesia. Tempang ya, tempang ya. Lame ya, lame. Ya. So, timpang, tempang. Hah? Timpang, timpang kayak gini. Ya. Timpang, okay, timpang. But science without religion is blind. So science without religion is right? Einstein said this is a great scientist, right? Now, I'm going to talk about what is the next wave in much more in depth. Let's go to the next slide, please. Now, we are all in the world of university, right? We are all in the world of academia, right? We have a new God. Dengar sini, kita sudah ada Tuhan yang baru. Dan Tuhan kita namanya apa? Scopus. Scopus, ya. Yeah. Scopus. Yeah. You want to become professor, full professor? Scopus or Q1, Q2. There's different level of gods too, right? You want to become, you get your PhD? Scopus is the answer. Everything is Scopus, right? They control the world. Because your journals, if it's not even Sinta, it's not even quality. They'll tell you what's good, what's bad. They'll tell you what's right, what's wrong. You look at university ranking. You know, if you're ranked way above 1,000, whatever, no one will care about you. If the controlling agency, the ethics agency, right? The rating agency tells the rest of the world, you are a B moving to a C country. Your economy is a B moving to a C country. Too. Standards and Poor's, Fitch, Moody's, right? Investment will pull out from your country. Right? So all these certification institutions, all these rating agencies, all this ranking imperial design that is out there to tell you whether you're good or bad, you're wrong or right, you're a terrorist country or not terrorist country, right? You know, get listed that you're a terrorist country, people will stop going to the country. Where is the #1 terrorist country in the world right now? Tell me. Nombor 1 negara teroris. Hello? America, yeah. I will put that, America together with Israel, I suppose, yeah. But they are not in that list, right? I have a friend last time from Sweden. We have a grant together with Indonesia. We have 3 partners: Indonesia, Malaysia, and Sweden. She was a principal investigator. She was afraid to come to Jakarta because there was a news back. This is there's a bomb in the mall in Jakarta, mall Sarina, right? I said Jakarta aman aja kok gitu. It's very peaceful, right? Even after the bombing, there are people selling satay in front. Remember that? Right? But people are afraid because of the idea of terrorism is attached to the country. Who come up with this list? They come up with the list. Right? But they are the one who bombed Japan, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They are the ones. They are committing crimes left and right. They are bombing other countries. They are not in the list because they control who's right, who's wrong, who's bad, who's good. This institution that gives you the ranking, that makes you A or B or C, that tells you your publication is not good, our publication is better. And then we have all these leaders of ours. I do not know about Indonesia, but Malaysian, we have stupid ministers around, right? And they believe in this ranking too. And they tell the lecturers, the students, you need to bow to the new God. And the new God is Scopus. Patuhlah, tunduklah rukun iman yang ketujuh, gitu kan. And ini bow it to, our ministers believe in it too. I do not know about Indonesia, but our ministers believe in that, right? So what we do, we bow to the same institution, we bow to the same standards, we bow to the same certification. This is the 4th wave. They do not have to control information anymore. They control information, but they control another thing. The right and wrong, the good and bad, the certification of whether you are good or bad, or you're qualified or not. Right? They control it. And we believe in it. And then we talk about universalism, right? How do we adapt? How do we justify universal values and all that, right? To heck with universal values. Scandinavian countries do not believe in Scopus Q1, Q2. We believe in it. We believe in STEM, STME. Other countries have moved on to STEAM. Science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. We are still following the old model. Kita masih ikut cetakan yang lama, kan? Acuan yang lama bahasa sana kan Malaysia. And then they move on to the next model. We are left behind. We do not follow the new ones. At least follow the new ones. But we are continually being colonized. Right? We never Nusantarize ourselves, free ourselves from the shackles of the colonial powers. And then we create little colonial lords in our own country too. To continue to colonize us, right? On the next one, please. Tinggal selesai nanti. Now, what happened? When we all bow to this God, right? The students, the lecturers, the researchers, the ministries, right? The quality control people. What happened? It becomes total hegemony. They have the hegemony over what have hegemony of knowledge institutions, and what happened? Our ship will sink. What happened? How come we don't have Nusantara Scopus? Why don't we Southeast Asian countries get together and say, look, we are not going to bow to your God, this fake God. We are going to create our own standards, right? Where is our Nusantara? Where is our Southeast Asian? Where is our ASEAN standards? Why do we have to follow their standards? Right? Well, let's decolonize ourselves. Let's liberate. Let's merdeka. Merdeka, kampus merdeka yang benar-benar merdeka itu. Okay? Let's move to the next slide. So these are CSR standards, right? We have CSR certification, 20, 30 of them. I've taught the first course on CSR in Malaysia when there was people do not even know the word CSR, right? There are so many certifications in CSR. I want to go into each and every one of them, but there are some are very, very good. But the question is, next one, what about Nusantara? So where is the Islamic or Muslim certifications? Di manakah sertifikasi Islam, sertifikasi Muslim? Di mana? How come we don't have our own certification? We follow other people's certification. So the next one. In Quran, the word halal is never separated from toiban. Kita aja pintar-pintar pisahkan toib dari halal. Halal means permissible, toib means good. So if I take a piece of paper, saya coret ya. Koyak kertas apa ya? Coret kertas. Tear. Hah? Apa ya? Tear. Robek. Right. Kalau saya robek kertas, maka kertas itu, right, is halal, but it's not toyib. I can eat the piece of paper, it's halal. It's not against Islamic law. It's not against Islamic religion. It's not toyib, it's not good. So in Quran, the good and the permissible are never separated. It's a unison concept. We come up with halal certification only. So I'm not going to argue with that one. I say let's work on the other part, the toyib part, the good part, which is the CSR part as well. Let's move on to the next one. Now let's talk about an area that is underexplored, even in our own world, right? So it is a world of halal economy. If you look at halal economy, there's about 2 billion people Muslim right now. Billions of dollars, more than $2 trillion of possible money to be generated in this halal economy. But it's underexplored. Let's go to the next. Now, where is Indonesia? Indonesia right now? Is this 2022? Indonesia is there, number 6 in Islamic finance. This is 2022, yeah? Halal food, number 2. Muslim-friendly travel, not there yet. Modest fashion, number 3. Modest fashion. Pharmaceutical cosmetic products, number 9. Media recreation, number not in there. Now, I also want you to look at the other countries. Look at this one here, modest fashion. Spain, Italy is there. Look at pharmaceutical cosmetic, Netherlands. Who were your colonizers? Up there. They are occupying this space, right? Thank you. I am occupying this space. But where are we? Let's go to the next slide. We're still 45 minutes, so I'm prepared. Now this is where we are. This is in 2024. Indonesia has gone up in the ranking to number 3 right now. Number 3, right? Number 3. So Indonesia, this is a field that can be explored, that this is field that you can win. You are succeeding in this field. We are succeeding. Nusantara is succeeding in this field. Let's go to the next one. This is the latest, 2026. Look at Indonesia now. Indonesia has moved up further. So, what I want to say is this. There's a space where we can really make an impact that they do not control. They have not controlled this space of ethics, morality, spirituality. The space is halal, the space is toiban. We will need to come up with our own standards, right? The Muslim world need to come up with their own standards. Right? Let's go to the next one, since I'm going to... Indonesia is going to make it because Indonesia has this commitment, at least the leaders are coming up with this. This is a statement made by the former Vice President Vice President Ma'ruf Amin made this commitment. There will be a BES, Badan Economy Syariah, which is Islamic Economy Agency, to promote promote halal industry, right? Go to the next one. And right now in Southeast Asia, there's only one, based on my observation, that has this halal, this green halal industrial zone. So it's not just green, it's also halal. This is an example of a toyib kind of industry. Right? And Indonesia has this power. He has this land. Indonesia is the largest Muslim country in the world. Right? We have the largest Muslim market. This is where Indonesia can win and should certify. Let's go to the next one. I just want to show you AI right now. Why did AI's godfather resign from Google? He said his concern is about lack of sufficient ethical foundation and control mechanism. He is arguing that AI is not based on ethical foundation. AI is not controlled by ethical foundation. And AI is a monster that's becoming a big Frankenstein that might be having its own mind. So we are in an age where science needs religion, and religion is not coming in. Right? Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Okay. Now, Malaysia has come up with the first launch, the Nur AI, the world's first Sharia compliant LLM, first Sharia compliant AI, right? This is Malaysia, by the way. Right? So it's way down there, but it's beginning. We got to start somewhere. We got to start with our own product, with our own TOEIC certified product and certification. Let's go to the next one. So, example, if you're a social science activist, a social science student, a social science researcher, what can we do? What certification can we do? Here's an example, right? TOEIC research certificate. We can come up with a certificate, right? UNAND can come up, the FISIP of UNAND can come up with a certificate of ethical community engagement. So whoever meets the criteria of ethical community engagement, you give this certificate. In fact, you can collaborate with other universities to come up with this certificate. You can collaborate with us, with Malaysian universities, with other universities, come up with ethical community engagement. And you say it's not just any type of engagement, it's similar to what Chatra was talking about. You build trust before you build. Right? By the way, ladies and gentlemen, and when I talk about halal financial product, Malaysia ranked #1 up there. But the consumers of financial products, halal Sharia compliant financial products, are non-Muslims. They are mainly Chinese. So the Chinese believe in a halal Sharia compliant investment product. Right? So it shows that there is worth in ethical products. So this is one example that a faculty, an institution, a university, a researcher can come up with. I'll give you another example. Next slide, please. Finishing soon. Certificates, yeah. A certificate for public policy governance, kebijakan maslahah certifikasi. So those who are here in political science, We can say, let's come up with certification of, public interest. So we talk about policy. Let's come up with policy certification. We can work together and develop this policy, and not let the West control what's good and what's wrong. We develop our own certification. Next one, I'm giving an example. The things are not there yet. Social ecological impact of community, the localized eco-stewardship certificate. So these are type of certificates we can come up with, the certificates that we can have control over, but we got to work together to make our own certification, to come up with our own standards. Otherwise, if we do not control the standards, somebody else will impose the standards, and we will have to pray to their God. They will create their own rules, we will pray to their God. And some of our leaders, not all, will say, yeah, we believe in that God too. And then we have to bow to this corpus God, this Q1, Q2, Q3 God. So the last one. Okay, so that will be my thank you slide. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Revani, for your audience prepare their questions, but just be patient because we will open Q&A later. And we will move to second keynote speaker, Dr. Sophia Trisni. She is a lecturer at Department of International Relations, Universitas Andalas. She has written many articles regarding diplomacy, public diplomacy, and Indonesian foreign policy. And now she will discuss about diplomacy, narrative contestation, and the social dimensions of sustainable development in Southeast Asia. Dr. Sophie, or issue.
Thank you very much. Let me just follow Dr. Rifani to stand on the podium. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished keynote speakers, participants, and also committee of this international conference. Firstly, allow me to send my gratitude to all of you, the committee of this conference, for giving me an opportunity to share my thought here and also the result of my research. So, allow me to introduce the theme I wish to explore today. It is entitled Public Diplomacy, Narrative Contestation, and the Social Dimensions of Sustainable Development in Southeast Asia. So, firstly, perhaps I can't speak as fast as Dr. Rifani. It is quite difficult for me, actually, to present in English, since, it is not my first language, of course. And also, I am quite envy with Professor Freddy, who can speak really, really natural in the first keynote. I really want to speak English like you, Prof. Perhaps one day, hopefully one day I can do the same thing. Okay, my presentation actually is a review of overall public diplomacy, advancing SDGs agenda in the region. So we heard before that Professor Ferdi critically criticized the SDGs, the meaning of SDGs. Dr. Rifani also put more solution to add. You put some what is it called? You put more values in SDGs because it is not really compatible with Muslim world, perhaps. So today I'm going to talk about this public diplomacy and also narrative contestation in our region. And I chose this theme because actually achieving sustainable development agenda in Southeast Asia is no longer a purely technical matter of a government. It has become a narrative contestation between state and also non-state actors and also civil society in shaping public understanding about what development really means. So this is This is precisely where public diplomacy assumes a growing significance. Through this presentation, I hope to invite all of us to revisit how narrative surrounding SDGs are constructed and also in our region. Next slide, please. So, we know that SDGs, which is adopted by 193 nations in 2015, are the most ambitious development commitments in the history of modern multilateralism. Its 17 goals spanning from poverty eradication, education quality, climate action, and also peace and justice cannot be achieved solely through government policy or budget allocation. This is also today has become a narrative contestation between all non-state actors and other actors in the area. So my argument is actually this. The answer in advancing public diplomacy is the answer in advancing SDGs agenda is for conducting public diplomacy. But the public diplomacy here that I mean is not public diplomacy that is conducted or rely on government only. Government have to involve non-state actors, especially popular non-state actors in public diplomacy, because figures like K-pop idols, for example, can shape audience values without coercion. So people don't need to be instructed. They voluntarily initiate what they admire. So this claim is grounded in my qualitative research on Korean wave fans in Indonesia. I found that K-pop idols, without ever explicitly promoting the SDGs, instill values like social care, mental health awareness, and also work ethic, peace and justice in their fans. So values that are modeled, not taught, are the values that are stick. Next slide, please. Okay. My presentation today will move into this, as you can see here on the slide. Firstly, I will not talk about paradigm shift in Southeast Asia. And secondly, I'm going to talk about public diplomacy as an instrument. And then thirdly, about why should we employ non-state actors in public diplomacy, especially the popular one. And then also I'm going to show you my research finding. Oh, it's going back and forth. I'm so sorry. And the last one, I'm going to explain to you my recommendation for government. So next slide, please. Okay. So our understanding of development has fundamentally changed from a pure economic growth into more multidimensional one. If in the past, development only measured by economic growth, industrialization, and also that income, today it is more multidimensional. We know that a social dimension also counting, environmental, and also humanitarian dimension. So the SDGs place inclusivity, human rights, and human development at their core, guided by the spirit leave no one behind. So by this spirit, perhaps the UN hope that everybody will going to enjoy the benefit of development. So, and also there are a shift in the on the top-down model of development. If in the past, development is a top and down, in a top and down level, but today the communities have also power to shape government directions. So we know that the challenge still remains, but the shift also happening today. So next slide. So when we talk about Southeast Asia, the region where almost all of us live in here. So Southeast Asia is an ideal context to study public diplomacy and also SDGs together. Because Southeast Asia has a huge population, deep digital media penetration, and also a strategic geographic position. Global influence today is not only about having military and also economic power alone, but it is also remain or your ability to shape other perception and also identities, aspiration, especially among young people. So this is actually where the Korean wave has thrived, reaching the public directly through daily content rather than government-to-government channel, and making it compelling model for a non-state actors-based model. Slide, please. Okay. Public diplomacy is actually a strategic tool for reaching communities on the core of SDGs issues, such as inclusivity, human rights, environmental, working people to people rather than state to state. Issues like climate change and equality are complex and cross-border. They can't be solved through top-down policy alone. So public diplomacy allows two-way communication where government can also listen. In this digital era, effectiveness depends on reaching youth through social media and popular culture. And this is where actors like K-pop idols become critical, offering emotional proximity and credibility formal government communication cannot match. So, next slide, please. So, as I previously said that my presentation today is based on my research last year. So, my research was a qualitative research. We conducted 2 stages of data collection. In the first one, a survey to 400 students, university students, from 5 universities in Padang. And then in the second stage, we invite 15 high score respondents into in-depth interview. So the result of this interview then transcribed, and then we analyze it using coding, open coding, Excel coding, and also selective coding. And actually, as a guidance, we also use conceptual framework from Alexander Fuving, which is called 3Bs, or Brilliance, Beauty, and Benignity. Fuving actually not talking about SDGs. Fuving talking about soft power. But when we try again to see at our data indicate the thing that related to SDGs. So that's why we think that it's still relevant to review our research from this Fuving concept. So actually, when Fuving offer benignity, beauty, and brilliance, our research indicates that we also found bonding and also mechanism in the Korean wave. So by bonding, it is meant by community attachment, and by mechanism, we observe the value transmission channels. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is actually the result of our research, and as you can see here, brilliance and also benignity scoring the highest. If we say brilliance is the highest actually, but the second one is benignity, and followed by beauty and bonding, and also the mechanism. So firstly here, next slide please. I'd like to talk about the mechanism, Korean wave as a mechanism. So Korean wave works effectively as public diplomacy precisely because it doesn't grow through official government channels. The values that transmitted organically from music, for example, or dramas, or variety shows, and social media that consume daily. And I must highlight here, it is consumed daily. So they are socializing the values to you in daily basis. So Korea uses actor and actresses to indirectly convey values. And idols promote tourism, for example, and then positive habits. Variety shows showcase cultural values, and drama shape a perception of government justice. So they are reaching audience far more deeply than any one-directional government campaign. Okay, Unity was one of the strongest theme across the informants. We found that fans donate and voluntary not because the government asked them to do so, but because their idols show that they have this kind of behavior. For example, as well, when the Palu tsunami happened, BTS showed the idol to make a charity to the Palu tsunami victims, and then the fans suddenly making a group of people, and then they tried, and then they donate for this tsunami victims. So actually here we can see the social care indicators of SDGs number 1. Perhaps in this topic we don't really connect it into SDGs values, but if we are aware, then this is actually one of the SDGs values. And also, several of our informants said that Korean Wave community opened their eyes about mental health issues that rarely or seldomly discussed around them. So when idols talk about depression, for example, fans become aware of what mental health means. And idol song has become a genuine source of emotional support for their fans. So at the first one, as you can see on the slide, that social care and humanitarian, and when we relate it into SDGs, it can be in SDGs 1, 3, 10, and 16. And the second one, I'm going to talk about justice and accountability, which also we observe from our informant. One of our informants stated that she is talk about the cancel culture in Korea. So in Korea, for example, if an idol committed harassment, whether it's sexual harassment or physical harassment, then this idol will cancel automatically from the community. And our informant said that this is actually amazing because sometimes this does not happen in her environment. Sometimes someone who commit this harassment even going viral and giving a platform in her environment. So this is actually an example and also a critical analysis of the fans that her environment is quite different with other environment. So next, brilliance is our strongest theme as well, with the informant scoring as high as 19, 20, or even 23 mentions. So our informal mentioned about Korea's education system and also discipline. Almost every informant is feeling inspired by the hard work that's shown by their idol. And because of that, they also want to study hard. They want to follow an exchange program, for example. And they think that idol is an inspiration for them to study hard and also to have a very good work ethic. And then next, idol holds social legitimacy that government communication cannot buy. So fans describe that their relationship with idol is like a family. Even though they are not meeting directly with the idol, they only watch them every day in variety show or social media, but they still think that idol is their family. So this kind of bonding is not the bonding that government have with public. So and crucially, internalization that doesn't stop at belief. It becomes a behavior, healthier lifestyles, exercise, and change consumer choices, all following the idol's example. Um, Even though some of our informant also mentioned about patriarchy and also racism in Korea, which actually they had, but when we talk about the idol, once again, they think that they separate their idols and also the bad values they see from the Korea. Okay, so, so, 4 minutes, 4 minutes, okay. So why should we employ popular non-state actors into public diplomacy in advancing SDGs agenda actually? Because the first reason that public diplomacy has structural limit that no budget can fix. The problem is top-down nature of communication itself and the trust gap that between states, institution, and urban youth remain really wide, including in Indonesia. But K-pop idol, in contrast, influence fans through emotional relationship, a one-way bond experience as genuinely meaningful. When idols donate, then fans donate. When idols show discipline, fans study harder. And no government campaign matches this cross-domain reach. Okay, because I only have like 3 minutes remain, let me just go straightly to my recommendation to using this paper recommendation. Yeah, allow me to propose the 3 recommendations through this conference. First, I would like to say that government across Indonesia and also Southeast Asia should actively partner with popular entertainment figures to socialize SDGs issues, not to formal endorsement, but by integrating SDG values into content that already popular. And secondly, fans communities deserve recognition as grassroots non-state actors public diplomacy since fandom spontaneously engage in an SDGs aligned activities like donation and volunteering without top-down instruction. And my last recommendation, and it is particularly relevant for Indonesia, we have a large entertainment industry with a real potential isn't managed strategically. If we compare what our cultural possesses, we can say proudly that it is a multi-dimension and also multi-variation. So the problem is in management ecosystem. So government should investing in that ecosystem from talent management to global content distribution. And I believe this is an urgent strategic step. Well, in closing, I hope this presentation has offered a fresh way of seeing public diplomacy. I will be honored to continue this conversation during the discussion. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Sophie, for your Lamngen, Kaum Nasional Laos. Presentasi
Selamat siang. Distinguished Dean, Professor, key speaker, Colin, ladies and gentlemen, this is my guest priest and honor to be here today. Thank you very much for the giving me opportunity to present my research. I'm the Lam Ngân Suriyawong from the Faculty of Environmental Science, National University of Laos. Nice to meet you here. This is for the first time visit Indonesia and the first time for visit in the Sumatra. So the impressed for me. So for the my in the title, the present is the enhance. Please show the my PowerPoint, please. Okay. So enhancing community and small-scale water resource management in the Wang Vieng district, Vientiane province in Laos PDR. This project implement about there are 3 countries, Laos, Thailand, and Cambodia. This for the presentation here is for the focus in Laos. Yeah. For the next slide. This project impressment already, and for the now to present the success story, best practice, and recommendation for the small-scale water resource management. Yeah. For the next slide, please. For my objective to the support and require local leaders, smallholder farmer with tune method, knowledge and skill related to the small scale water resource management through the training, field visit, and another skill development activity. Second, to advocate small scale water management to policymakers in the lower Mekong country. Yeah. For the area study, we select to the Wang Vieng district. Wang Vieng district for just only 3 villages. For case 1, Pahom and Patang district, this village used for the Song River for the support to the agriculture and livelihood, use the water for the tourists. Yes, because for the agriculture, they planting to the garbage to the send to the Vientiane capital, and the support to the city in the Wang Vieng. Wang Vieng is the popular to the place for the tourism. Yeah. And for the second case study to the Natong village, just only use water for the tourism. Yes. Have you heard Bulakunwan is a popular place in the Laos and in the Wang Vieng. For this research implement about the 3 years, and to the support to the local communication, and we success story already, and get for the research and support the local community for the capacity building, can enhance understanding of the water resource management concept, approach, and the best practice among to the project team, the member. For the next second, can the integration project to the incorporated farmer priority into the operation of the project management the cycle. And have the knowledge for the people have known to the water resource management, agriculture production, and to the marketing and the conservation for it upstream and downstream in the community. For the second, for the third, the farmer for coupons, the local community can decide the farmer local price within the project team to ensure for the implementation of the water resource management plan. For the last, can the policy maker to the engage in the small scale water resource management that can contribute nursery document the farmer to the relate to the sharing outcome and lesson learned to information future initiative. For the next slide, for the we have the many the activity for the understanding each other about the government and province level, district level, and for the community. We have to the farmer enhancing knowledge and capacity building of the farmer associates administration and applicationable using the new technology tool in the communication through the social media, and for the marketing and production promote skills for the farmer associate. And participatory in the action research improvement and integrate water resource planning and management to at the community level. Yes, besides that, we share, learn, dialogue, and strategy and the building network. So have the meeting for the public consult with the local government and organization for the discuss and listening awareness on the sharing and demand. For the exchange of the possible approach for the restoration of the small-scale water resource management. For the understanding to the support for the development rural area. Besides that, we took the people go to the sharing neighboring country is like for the Thailand. Yeah, this is for the next picture. Next slide. For the experience and the local knowledge community to site visit for the neighboring country like Thailand. Just bring the local community to the sharing with the local Thailand. Yeah, for the exchange experience and sharing local knowledge and acquired the knowledge necessary to the lead self-sufficient lifestyle, and learn to how the local to the packaging to the product that in the rural area. Yeah, just for the Thailand have many experience and for the support to the loud community, loud community, and for the lesson learned for the storage water for the dry season usage, and structure management and water canal allocation, understanding small scale of the water resource management, and the sharing. Stakeholder understand that each other need to the another sharing community. Be can about priority their water used for the each sector, tourist, agriculture, domestic use. Yes, for the Wang Vieng district, there are three via. Via is a small irrigation. Yes, you can form the by stone, by concrete, and by wood. Yes, this is activity for the safe water for the agriculture in the dry season. Besides that, we use the water for the tourism, the Wang Vieng. Have you ever heard the Nam Song? Besides that, to the sharing and for the training to the small scale water resource management. Besides that, we have the training about to the new technique for the agriculture, for the conservation, forest to the upstream and downstream. When we have the training to the low area, we select the lady and for the male and female to the 50 to 50 to join this project. Besides that, we select is a good practice for the join to this project. This is a Mr. Farmer from the Nathong village, and after we training, we have to bring new technique for the agriculture. For have the knowledge on the sustainable for the agriculture, farmer associate capacity building, marketing, and make the media for the agriculture to the production and the small scale on the resource management in that village. This is a good practice in the Nathong village. For the two cases in Ban Phahom village and Patang village, they learn about to save the water in the dry season for the agriculture, for the use the household, for the planting some vegetable to the support the household. And for the Mr. Kambai is one person. He is the farmer and the head of the garbage group at the Phahom village. After he joined this project, he bring this new knowledge and new the technique. After the training, he bring the knowledge used for the greenhouse. He make the greenhouse for the household and plant the vegetable for the sales. Yet and it make for the income for his family. This is for the accommodation of the small scale water resource. After the training for the exchange for the meeting to the share dialogue learning each other, we recommend to the government from the water resource management and the conservation and responsibility of the farmer who utilize water. For the private sector and the purpose of the public sector getting small scale water resource management and the priority for the benefit of the community. Second, it is the combination that the public sector engage private sector operation, the management of the small scale water resource. For the farmer is the recommend that the public sector engage the private sector operator in the management of the small scale water resource management. And the second, to the access to the market. And the last, university continue the support in the community is mean to the center for the training, for the meeting, and for the dialogue between the rural area or for the policy maker, for the um, this research is the link to the for the environmental sustainable sustainable development goal number 6, 13, and 15 for the livelihood and social dimension is the 1 and 2 and 5. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Lamngen, for your presentation, and thank you for all our speakers for those excellent presentation. And now we open to the floor for the question to the panel. And please keep the question brief and direct to specific speaker or to panel as a whole. And please state your name and affiliation before question. Okay. 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 Okay, we have 1 on the left and 2 on the right. Yes, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. Selamat siang. Bonjour. I'm very interested with your statement, Pak Muhammad Rifani. Malaysia, development without God, pembangunan tanpa Tuhan. My research, my paper will presented in discussion in parallel next. Have fun with your topic. Political rhetoric of woman ulama about environmental issues. Woman ulama get affiliated in KUPI, English New Organization. KUPI abbreviation of Kongres Ulama Perempuan Indonesia. In this organization, there are many female ulama. They study in Islamic discipline in Sharia, Islamic history, and my study on how the woman ulama see environmental issue. So I found that they offer religious perspective that integrate Islamic values and gender equality and environmental sustainability. So I think this religious perspective very relevant to statement. I think not only from Islamic values, I think it is applicable for all religions. Good. For example, because I am Muslim, of course, I will talk about the Islamic values. For example, in Islam, we have many concepts that are very relevant to SDG, environmental. For example, the concept of Maqasid Sharia, aims of life. One of the main Maqasid Sharia in Islam is maintaining environment, hifdul bi'ah. And everybody has what we call khilafah. The concept khilafah actually not talking about the leader, the president, etc. But khilafah, actually the original meaning of khilafah is the taste of human being to make reformation on the earth. And this is the basic test of the human, man or woman. So I think religious perspective is very important. Try to environmental issue. Aman. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Thank you for the question. Okay, next one.
Good afternoon, Madam and Sir. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Akiko Ivana. I came from Indian Ocean Studies Center, Faculty of Law, Universitas Andalas. And actually, this is a very important and interesting topic for me, especially for a fresh graduate like me. And I'm actually want to give 2 questions. I'd like to point one question, especially for the second speaker, Ibu Sofia Trisni. And the last question would be gifted to all of the speakers. My first question is, given that the Korean Way is a successful instrument of the South Korea's public diplomacy and a soft power also, should the South Korean government and the entertainment companies bear legal or ethical responsibility for the unintended negative impacts of a fanatical behavior on sustainable development? And what governance mechanism would best balance cultural promotion with the achievement of the SDGs? That's my first question. And then the second question would be given to all of the speakers. My second question is how much the impact of law regulations to the improvement of SDGs, and how is the implementation went so far on each of the presenters' point of view. My question is directly into a law studies field because I'm a law researcher, and I would like to ask for the point of view from each of the presenters. I think that's all for my questions. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Pardon, sorry. Can you repeat the second question? Because we do not get the point.
My second question is, how much the impact of law regulations to the improvement of SDGs? How was the implementation went so far on each of the presenters' point of view? Thank you so much.
Halo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sri Hadatul Aisyayube. Also, you can call me Raida, and I'm from the Faculty of Law, Department of International Law, Universitas Andalas. And my question is specifically for the second speaker, which is Sofia Trisni from the Lecture of International Relations. Ya, Ibu ya. So in international law, diplomat is understood as a person who performs diplomatic functions under the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, 1961. And then my question is about presentation before is talking about a diplomat. So my question, how is the concept of a diplomat understood in international relation? Is it defined by legal status or more by the functions and role of their perform? So thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. We have 3 questions. One for Dr. Rifani, and question for Dr. Sophie, and one question for Dr. Lamngen. Maybe Dr. Rifani can address the first question, asks about development without God, and every religion also talks about it. Development is impossible without.
Got it. Thank you, Pak Andik. Pak Dr. Iping ya tadi, mana ya? Mana? Ya. Hatur nuhun pertanyaannya bagus ya. Terima kasih. Yeah. Thank you so much. I think it's very important question of comment you're making about women ulama. Ulama is actually religious scholars, right? Religious scholars. In this case, women religious scholars. Point of view about how religion, Islam particularly, and you mentioned in Maqasid Sharia, and its connection with environment. What's interesting is this. This goes back to the point that sometimes we who have undergone colonization for so long, right? Sudah dijajah berapa abad itu, for centuries we've been colonized, that sometimes we forgot we have our own knowledge reservoir, right? Khazanah ilmu. And sometimes you forget, right? Before there was sustainability discourse, before we talk about the 3R, the recycle, reuse, reduce, and all that, right? In Islam, we classify the type of water, air musta'mal, air mutlaq, and all that, to teach us that we can reuse water. We know which one, with the type of water that we can use, with the type of water that is considered clean enough for religious rituals, right? Untuk praktik-praktik solat dan sebagainya. But what happened is, because partly, not completely, because of colonization, we discontinued our seek of knowledge, expansion of sustainability knowledge based on faith, based on religion, right? Sometimes our own heritage, our own tradition is rich enough to empower us. So like Thailand, right? I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, the late King Bhumibol talks about sufficiency economy. So when a village is sufficient, then only the village exports to the other villages. So this is local wisdom, indigenous knowledge, right? The knowledge that has existed in the community among the scholars, among the people. So when we talk about engaging with the community before doing something, there is knowledge in the community. Therefore, in this context, it's just this is the point that I want to raise, that before we totally buy into the SDG paradigm, the new SDG paradigm, maybe we also need to look at our paradigms of sustainability and see how we have this idea of, you mentioned khilafah or khalifa, which means stewardship, right? Yeah, that we are the caretaker of our environment, that we are entrusted by God to take care of our environment, right? So that is, and we will be asked when we pass away, when we die, we will be asked what have we done to carry out our responsibility as leaders, as guardians, as caretakers of our environment. That is taught in Islam. So, and that is not connected so much with SDG. There's no mention about how spirituality is connected to ecology, for instance, right? So that's the thing that I like to highlight to us, and that we have our knowledge, and a lot of our Southeast Asian, not all, not a lot, all of our Southeast Asian empires and kingdoms are all faith-based kingdoms. No kingdoms in Southeast Asia, no kingdoms in Nusantara is without religion. If from Sri Vijaya, which is Buddhism, to Majapahit, which is Hinduism, and then to Denmark, not Denmark, Denmark, right? It's in Islam, right? So Angkor Wat, yeah, they're all faith-based. So if we run away from our God, we are run away from ourselves, I think, and we should listen to the ulama. Menarik sekali ya, the Congress Ulama Wanita Perempuan itu. So I think that's where we should also start. Not to say that we eliminate knowledge of sustainability. Kita buang yang keruh, kita ambil yang jernih. We learn from the West, it's fine, right? But we do not take in totality, right? And we also have problems with our own knowledge and our own tradition, right? And there's problems with ourselves too. We remove the bad as well, and we take only the good and harmonize that. So thank you very much, Atur Nuhur again for it.
Thank you very much for the question. I thought this is a hard question, especially because the question is related to law as well. Well, anyway, because since you are not from international relations department, so let me explain a little bit that diplomacy and public diplomacy is quite different. So when we talk about diplomacy, it is a government-to-government communication. And when we talk about public diplomacy, it is in our discipline is government to public communication. So it is the way actually how government reach the public to make the same understanding about policy. That's the thing. That's the key about public diplomacy. So when I mentioned previously that Korean Wave is a part of public diplomacy, I said that because government of Korea also involved in this Korean Wave. At least in their blue book, Korean Wave government mentioned about Korean Wave, and they are mediating and also supporting the fund for Korean Wave. So yes, but anyway, let me talk a little bit also about research, our result of our research last year. That when we talk about the Korean Wave, actually, we have the admiration from fans to their idols, but unfortunately, it is separate from the state or the South Korea. So when fans admire their idol so bad, for example, BTS or Stray Kids or whatever it is, but we cannot indicate the same love for South Korea. So actually, we think that this government is only taking Korean Wave as their measure because it is already popular. Not really government involved in that Korean Wave. So when we talk about fanatic to the Korean Wave and the bad effect of that, for example, I don't really think government should be responsible for that impact because actually Korean Wave walk on their own way. And in my other research, actually, what I suggested is South Korean government have to have to cooperate more with the Korean Wave, so that the values of BTS, for example, also promoting the values of South Korea. So at the time being, I think it is the responsibility of the agent of this Korean Wave. So they you're just responsible for the bad fanatize, the bad side of this ban. So yeah, we cannot involve government in this time, I think. Hopefully it answered my question, your question.
We have one question for three of you regarding the impact of law regulation for SDGs and how it implements local development.
For the I would like to offer to the SDG of the 17, yeah, but for loud special for the 18, just 18, yeah, and expo, but oh sorry, you can search and look at the Google, so I don't show for the projector. Yes, just I would like to know for the Inlao, there are 18 for the SDG. For 18 is the unexpo. There are a lot of in the Southeast Asia. an expo room. Oh, um, how an expo? Yeah, yeah, for the in lounge. Yeah. And for the question to the impact of the law regulation was information to follow development.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lamgan. Okay, we have one question from online participant to Dr. Sophie. How effective is Indonesia in using public diplomacy to support the SDGs globally, and how can we measure its results?
Okay, thank you for the questions again. But to answer this question precisely, I think I have to go to research about this firstly. My dissertation is actually about Indonesian public diplomacy, but I'm not directly connected into SDGs values. So if we talk about public diplomacy in Indonesia, actually government have a concern for this public diplomacy. As a proof, we have public diplomacy department in our foreign affairs department, but unfortunately, some problems still exist, like lack of funding and also lack of resources in that department. So, but if we relate it into SDGs, once again, I have to research it first because answer this question, it's quite tough if I only answer it without data. Okay, but if you're asking me about public diplomacy in Indonesia, I might say that Indonesian public diplomacy is quite complete. We conduct almost all the activities of public diplomacy. For example, we have exchange students, we have so many scholarship. Our country offers so many scholarship for foreign students, and also we've got dialogue for religious dialogue, for example, interreligious dialogue, and so many activities related for public diplomacy. So I might say that it is a complete activities, but perhaps it is still lack in practice. Hopefully it answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sophie, because we have limited time and the question from online participant also bring us to the end of time today. I want to thank our panel. Okay.
If I may address the question of law, impact of law on SDG, right? See, this is where I'm talking about certification, right? How do we certify cultural communication, like talking about BTS and all? All know about the siblings things incident. You heard of it? The young should know about the siblings incident. It has to do with K-pop. So, I don't know about study Nusantara, so it becomes interesting. So the issue was there was a battle in the world, right? Against started in Malaysia, got attacked by K-pop fans. Okay, so the K-pop fans violated a rule in to bring big camera, bring the K-pop performance in Malaysia. So people were complaining, Malaysians are complaining, right, in the internet, and then the K-pop fans went and attacked Malaysian netizens. And what happened? Big brothers, big Indonesia came in, Malaysia, and Thailand came in, Philippines came in, Vietnam came in, called themselves Southeast Asian SEA links. So when they attacked South Korea, to the point that these fans, the influencers were crying, asking South Korean to do something about it, because they were about to boycott South K-pop. So K-pop music should be certified. You should come back with certification. Okay, you want to sing in our country? Our certification. This is Nusantara certification. Follow this certification. You want to come to, we have certification. It's okay. Come, we welcome you, right? This is why this is where you don't have to go to the law level, but just come up with certification. The certification is much.
Thank you, Dr. Rifani. Okay, thank you for our panel, Dr. Rifani, Dr. Sophie, and Dr. Lamngen for such a discussion. All for joining us today, and see you next time. Assalamualaikum and
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give one more round of applause for our speaker and our moderator today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andik Beni Saputra MA, for successfully guiding such an intellectually stimulating and insightful keynote session. And of course, our highest gratitude to our distinguished keynote speaker for sharing their incredible expertise with us today. To express our deepest gratitude and appreciation, we would now like to present a token of appreciation to our keynote speaker. For this, we respectfully invite the Dean of Icssd, Dr. Jendrius, to please step forward to the center of the stage to present the award.
We also kindly invite our keynote speakers, Dr. Muhammad Rifani bin Bustami, Dr. Sofia Trisni MA Intrel, and Dr. Lamngen Sulievong, and our moderator, Mr. Andik Beni Saputra, to please join the Dean Visip at the center of the stage. First, the token of appreciation will be presented to Dr. Muhammad Rifani bin Bustami by the Dean of Visip, Dr. Jendrius. To the photographer, please stand by. Please capture this moment. Okay, first is the formal. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Minangkabau. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Visip solid. 1, 2, 3. Okay, all right.
All right, and next, the token of appreciation will be presented to Dr. Sofia Trisni, SIPMA International Relations, by the Dean of Visip, Bapak Dr. Jendrius. Done? All right.
Okay, and the next, the token of appreciation will be presented to Dr. Lamngen Suliavong by the Dean of Visip, Dr. Jendrius. Okay, please, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. Minangkabau smile. Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, now we are going to take the final group photograph for the session, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, all right. Please your biggest and warm smile. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Minangkabau. 3, 2, 1. Visip solid. 3, 2, 1.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much. Our
Take a photo with all of the speakers.
With all,
of
with
course.
all of the participants. All right. All right. Dr. Chanta to join in front of the stage, right? And Professor Fedi. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Smile. 1. Okay. Smile. 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 2, 3. Minangkabau. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Visip solid. 1, 2, 3. Alright, cantik sekali. Thank you very much, the Dean of VSIP and the speakers and also moderators. You may return to your seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that officially wraps up all of our academic session for today. We would like to express our gratitude to all speakers and participants for such fruitful discussion throughout the day.
Following this session, we will about to enter the day 1 parallel on-site session. So for all of the participants, speakers and moderator, please be ready as we are about to enter the on-site parallel session presentation. To celebrate our first day, you are all cordially invited to a special gala dinner tonight, hosted by the Mayor of Padang. The dinner will be held at the Palanta, the Mayor's official residence, starting at 7:30 p.m. For transportation and departure details, please kindly check with our committee or liaison officer on the foyer.
Have a great rest this afternoon. Enjoy your evening at the gala dinner. And we look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. for day 2. I am Windy Putri Anjali.
And I am Jelang Ramadan Ayuza. Thank you for your attention.
We are signing out. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.